AES, Elagrand Engis, Doshik, Aksunite Frontier Killing, the Chew Tank, counting backwards, and Yastro. Thank you for the 85 streams, Streak, Doshik. Once again, do I have the AC on? Because it is warm. Yeah, it's not that warm outside, but this room just gets really hot generally. And I once again forgot my bracelet, even though I thought about it just before starting the stream. So. How's everyone's Friday? End of the work week or something, hopefully, for most people. Hello Rishab, welcome. Hey Peppa, hey, Holistic. Did you get a prize? Yeah, I say hello to you first. And you get like street cred for being first. I don't know. Hello, Miss Cockapay. Exactly, Grindagus. How are you doing, Miss Cockapay? I feel like it's been a while. Thank you, Astra. If I did 3 streams, try counting them backwards, and then you would have 40 streams, try going all this day. Oh, that's a lot, Miss Cockapay. And he's home now. Okay, that's good. He's probably still gonna take a while to recover fully. Hello, Sakrat. you're not forcing him out of the bed too much after all that. Hello, Harry. You'll have some more time with your dad then, at least. Hello, Artemis. Good evening, Sunday. Hello, Popo. Oh no, it's Cocoa. I finished, Artemis. I'm from southern Finland. My family's from Tampere. Hello, Crispy. You called you a stupid cow. I feel like that's not something a dad is supposed to say to their daughter, Miss Cocobe. Thank you for the stream streak, Bobo. He didn't used to call your names, but he has Alzheimer's now. I feel like that's not an excuse. It can be a sign that his medication is like out of whack, because I have a grandpa who has Alzheimer's, and at first his medication made him like very irritable, and he went to his old workplace and he insulted all the people there, and he almost got beaten up by the janitor. So Alzheimer's and just like having aggression issues or just calling people names in general can be a sign that the medication is like a little off and you need to adjust dosage. Oh no, Joe, that is very sad. Hello, Arctic. Hello, Richard. Thank you for the 35 stream streak. Hello, Parakis. My grandparents saw my brother out in the city like last year, and they didn't recognize him either. Oh no, Miss close enough or something. Look at that. Also, like, obviously, I don't know much about medication. I was mentioning the, like, aggressiveness with Alzheimer's, like, because it happened specifically with my grandpa, that he had not ideal dosage of medication. He became very aggressive and started calling people names, and his medication was adjusted, and he became chill once again. So irritability can be a side effect of, like, a not appropriate medication dosage with Alzheimer's. Obviously, one shouldn't stop their medication. Like, my grandpa got his medication for Alzheimer's very early. He got a very early diagnosis, and I think he's had a diagnosis for, like, at least 10 years, maybe 15. And he's only become, like, kind of incapable of functioning in the last couple of years. So you can manage life very normally for a very long time if you have like medication for Alzheimer's. Obviously, my grandpa's memory started not working, but, like, in the last year, it has very much been, like, well, especially because my grandma's memory has gone bad as well. And my grandma was not on medication, and she only got diagnosed with Alzheimer's like 6 months ago, or 8 months ago or something. And she's just, like, gone, like, so fast because she got diagnosed too late, and they're basically at the same stage of Alzheimer's. Meanwhile, one of them got diagnosed like 12 years ago, and the other one got diagnosed like 8 months ago. Okay, yeah, but you're like 23, Grandang, is just different. Okay. Wait, have you seen this yet, Miss Kokabe? It's like a traditional tarot deck, Miss Kokabe. It's the most basic one. What we like the Popo Bro the most? I'm so confused, Artemis. I said that my family is from Tampere, and Tampere is a city in Finland. I was specifically saying that I'm from southern Finland, right? And generally, I did have one Sami kid in my class in school, but generally most of the Sami people live in northern Finland. especially because they're in northern Finland. They still have like reindeer herding, and like it's an actual like agricultural like sector. It's still kind of alive and existing. Meanwhile, in southern Finland, we don't have reindeers at all. All of us use sauna a lot. I have a sauna in my own house in Finland, Artemus. It really depends with the older generations whether they have access to sauna once they start losing mobility and stuff. Those who have sauna in their own apartments, for example, are quite lucky. Are you saying if you should change your name or keep it the same? I think Papa Popo could be fun, but why not keep it Popo Bro? I think Popo Bro is good. More after retiring? No, I don't think it is usual to use sauna more after retiring. Again, like, yeah, sure, some people are gonna use sauna more after they retire because they have more time. But some people are gonna use sauna less after they retire because they have limited mobility and they are restricted. They don't have access to a sauna. Do the cards say for you? Let's see, Miss Kakabe. He has always used sauna, Artemus. Hello, Brolia. If Alzheimer's was just about healthy lifestyle, my grandpa would have never gotten it. He's always had a very healthy lifestyle. If there's any reason he got it, it's probably because he's a fundamentalist and has a very strict worldview. Let's see, Miss Kokope, you got the Justice. Let's take a couple more cards. I'm gonna have a very coherent, very reasonable reading for you. That's definitely 100% true. King of Swords. What are those studies, Artemus? 30 years ago, I held him on eating a ton of vegetable oils. What I mean by healthy is that my grandpa always did sports, ate quite a simple travels a lot, and he's always interact with lots of other people. So he's always read a lot of books. All of those things are something that's supposed to negate Alzheimer's and death. The only risk factor really is exactly like kind of like dogmatic thinking, right? That's not very that doesn't improve like your brain. I don't know how to looking for Miss Coco Bay. I have top tier readings that are definitely not absolute bullshit. No, I think tarot readings can be a fun way to like find a new perspective on something that's happening in your life, but obviously no prophetic powers here. Okay, Miss Coco Bay. These cards make no sense. It's like very grim and serious. Justice about justice, obviously. It's about like balance and rightness. It is about what is right. I see the two cards that we had after. We couldn't take in connection to what is right. And the King of Swords is very much about power. It can also be about a certain person in your life who holds a lot of power and authority. And the death is about the end and mortality. So, yeah, I have no fucking idea. I would say the reading is about the mortality being very much part of life, and the circle of life and how things go, and there being and it not being something that you're supposed to like view necessarily as a bad thing, a terrible, atrocious thing. But as a thing that comes as part of like natural laws. Please don't be a danger to yourself, Joe. Hello, Alex. Did I say that I'm good bilingual. My grandpa is a situation when it comes to languages. He knows a little bit of many European languages because he loves traveling, or he used to love traveling. So he can hold a very simple, very kind of easy, like a very simple conversation in more than one language. He knows a little bit of German and a little bit of English and a little bit of Portuguese. You speak English and you also speak rubbish. Oh no. But actually speaking languages is something that's very protective against Alzheimer's as well. At least that's how I've understood. Like being bilingual or even multilingual is gonna be very helpful in keeping your brain busy and active and flexible. Good morning, HPX. Well, the one that is not dead, Richard. Well, the grandpa that is alive doesn't love to travel and learn different languages anymore. Well, he used to love to travel, but I don't think he necessarily loved learning different languages. He just has lots of audacity and confidence that is not always rooted in reality. But he was very willing to speak a language even if he actually didn't know at all how to speak it. And my other grandpa, who's dead again, has been for like 16 years or something. I don't think he spoke many languages. He was a drunk. Yeah. He built a cottage. That's the thing he did. And he was pro-Palestine already like 50 years ago, which not based being drunk though. I didn't do very good at that one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Richard. I've only had one of my grandparents pass, though my grandma's sister passed last year, and her brother passed maybe 12 years ago, and they kinda had grandparent status in the family as well, because they were always living with my grandma and her husband, the drunk husband who's dead again. So we saw them a lot. Yeah, Artemus. The crazy thing is my dad used to brag about the fact that his dad was based and was pro-Palestine already like a long time ago. But when my dad was a kid, and now my dad is no longer pro-Palestine because he's fallen into the right-wing pro-Israel campaigns. And yeah, now my dad thinks that Doctors Without Borders are Hamas. us. Hello, Mocha. Welcome. I hope you're well. Yeah, Nia still. Surely he'll grow out of it eventually. He's having a little racist streak. Okay, so growing up, my family was kind of like very centrist, neoliberal, kind of like, oh, small business owners' rights, you know. Which I feel like is very status quo. Like in lots of countries, it's quite typical. It's very Gen X. That's what my parents are. But in the last like 3, 4, 5 years, I've just seen them kind of fall deeper and deeper into kind of like racist points of view and into like alternative right-wing media. And as much as I'm not personally like mainstream media bootlicker, but like my parents literally think that like the Finnish like mainstream media organizations are like literally communist. They're like, it's the lefty mainstream media. Nia Steelberg, thank you so much for the 7 months. Super awkward at dinner time. Yeah, I know Grandang is. It is. It's quite difficult. Like, it's also difficult in a sense, like, I do see many times how my parents like suffer from policies because they are actually like small business owners, right? And Finland isn't very small business owner friendly, and a lot of that is because the massive, like the big corporations lobby for regulation that's gonna be impossible to follow for small companies, but it's easy to follow for big companies. And it's and my parents don't in many situations like see that, and also you don't really have an option for what to vote when you're in this situation. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like as much as I'm like left leaning and like basically socialist, right? If you are a genuinely like, if you are running a small business and you just have a few employees and you don't have like massive profit margins, it is really difficult to like you don't have anyone to vote for that would actually like represent you. Like if you vote for the right-wing candidates, they just represent the massive corporations. If you vote for the left-wing candidates, they are gonna represent the workers, which is very fair because most of us are workers. Okay, but yeah, that's also fair. Like, literally no one represents anyone to a large extent. It is really difficult to find a politician in the first place that is actually going to represent any of the poor people, whether you're a small business owner or a worker or an unemployed person or a student. And if you're a child, you don't even get to vote. If I had to sail around the world with 4 other women who were all Swedish or why would I pick Swedish and Norwegian women when I'm Finnish myself? Also, I don't know any sailing professionals from Sweden or Norway. Not that I know from Finland either. Okay, I do want to point out though that I've seen a trend, at least recently, of there actually being like useful candidates who do good things. Like after Soren Momdami won, I've seen so much positivity. Like DSA in America, Democratic Socialists of America, actually have good candidates. Obviously, not all of them are perfect. No human ever is perfect, right? But they are very much at this not establishment. And I've been random scrolling on Instagram, right? So because I'm currently in the UK, I've got like random UK content shown to me, and there is this absolutely delightful plumber lady who's become an MP in the UK. I think her name is it Hannah something? Surely if I go on Instagram I can find a post by her. But she has a bunch of dogs and she's running for the Green Party. And she's an actual plumber, right? I haven't moved here. I'm here for the summer holidays. Hannah Spencer is the name of the politician in UK. Finland's situation looking miserable. We have so much. We've had the right-wing government, and you know how Finland has prides itself on having free education. Apparently our government has now pushed through a law that makes it so that universities are legally allowed to offer paid degrees, which is so sad because okay, first they are gonna allow the universities to have paid degrees, then they are gonna reduce the funding of universities, and then they're gonna be like, well, you should just add more paid degrees, and suddenly all university is gonna be paid. When we should be going globally towards completely free education at all levels, especially when we have a so fast changing world that will need more and more education all the time. I am so frustrated with Finland right now. I hope that they actually somehow stop the law from going through, or just literally do anything about it. I think we still have 2 years until an election in Finland. You were sailing with Swedish people and Norwegians and they were fighting each other. That's not actual hatred though. That's just them being sibling nations. Yeah, people are not even getting a guaranteed job from having a degree. I'm so worried about the direction of Finland. I hope we're able to change something. The UK Green Party is generally good from what I've seen. Yeah, still obviously I'm not super knowledgeable. I think the biggest problem in UK currently is the electoral system, which kind of pushes towards the two-party system. So you can have elections where you just a lot of the time just voting for one candidate, and you need to for example, there's gonna be lots of elections where Green Party doesn't have an actual chance of winning, which is generally a problem. Yeah, and yes, still, absolutely. Finland is the Finnish government currently is actively trying to crumble the welfare state. That it is very sad. I think soon one of the biggest job markets will be retirement home worker. Yeah, and there's always gonna be need for more nurses and doctors, and the thing is, in some sense, robotics and AI are like an opportunity to actually make it so that people can work in jobs where people are important, and people can do people things, right? But the way that we are currently conducting like all of this is not taking us towards that. It is just like AI and robotics are used to just benefit the ruling class, and we are gonna end up having like an incredible amount of poor unemployed people, and the ruling class's solution is just like to force people into slavery, just let people die, to have a permanent underclass of people. Like that's what the tech giants want. They don't want a world where we genuinely have more well-being to share for everyone. Thank you, Artemis. But yeah, as I said, I think honestly, like I am not completely like pessimistic. I've seen so many good changes in the last year, especially seeing Zoran Mamdani win, seeing Democratic Socialists of America actually become popular in US, which this kind of, you're like, what does that matter? Like, if I live in Finland or if I were to move to UK, where my partner lives, like permanently, like in neither of these countries, why the fuck would it matter that Democratic Socialists are winning in America? Like, why the fuck would I care? America, like things that happen politically in America are usually very heavily reflected in EU, like just months or years later. So if we see a trend of Democratic Socialists of America becoming popular in US, that makes me think that we are gonna have a trend of the European, like actually progressive political movements becoming more popular. And I'd be very happy to see that. I think population growth is gonna slow still significantly. The thing is, overpopulation is still not the biggest issue that we are meeting. I think the important thing is to figure out how to reduce overconsumption while maintaining quality of life, and how to make it so that we can live on this planet sustainably while we have high amounts of well-being. Like the thing, for example, currently is like, if everyone switched to vegan diet, we would not need nearly all of the farmland that we are using currently. So the thing is not like, oh, now you must morally immediately become vegan, but for example, like from the perspective of an individual, one of the biggest changes that you can do is just generally like eat more plant-based meals. not like you don't need to become vegan immediately right away or ever, but that's one of the things. But then again, because our world is fucked, actually, most of the like, even if all of us became vegan, we wouldn't be able to like stop the world being exploited. So like, we need to stop like the kind of capitalist way of approaching nature and societies and people and the planet, where we just think like, how can we make the most profit, and you are like not considering the longevity of the situation at all. Some of the things that I see currently in EU is EU and in UK is just the rapidly increasing amount of surveillance, especially internet surveillance, and it's it's quite bipartisan, or more like all parties vote for it, because most European countries have more than 2 parties. But it is ridiculous. Like, the people who are making the decisions, the representatives, are just like, well, we are just gonna be sawing away the right to privacy, just chopping away the privacy rights of all the citizens, and this is fine. And then the argument is like, well, if you don't like us invading your privacy, then you must be a pedophile. Like, no, bro, I'm an anarchist, not a pedophile. I'm not an anarchist. It's like sleeping with an elephant. You feel every twitch of armor. Yeah, Artemis. This is about US, right? You were vegan for 9 years. This is cool. What I like to do is, like, with a lot of cooking that I do, especially if I make something like bolognese, I use like less ground beef, minced beef, and a fuck ton of like textured vegetable protein mince thing. And if you just season that properly, you will barely notice the difference, or you might notice the difference, but it's still fucking tasty. It's still fucking good because I know how to season them. And like, textured vegetable protein is insane amounts of protein, so if you need to have a high protein diet, that's a great thing to add to your diet. Just like order yourself a massive bag of like minced texture vegetable protein and just have it in your cupboard, and whenever you're making something like with beef, you can just like mix it in. I haven't tried it in like meatballs or beef patties yet though. I'm not sure how it would impact the consistency. I need to do that someday. Yeah, exactly. Neostale. Like, funnily enough, the fall of Soviet Union was bad for the workers in the Western countries. And this is not gonna be from the point of view, like, obviously, for the Soviet Union, like, in some ways happened because of CIA, in some ways happened because there were genuine, very big systematic issues, and people in the Soviet Union were certainly, a lot of them were quite happy to be free of the Soviet control. But what Soviet Union's presence did to Western countries is that some socialist policy had to be implemented so that people wouldn't revolt. Like, you couldn't go full capitalism. Because if you didn't have any socialist policy, Western people would be like, "What? But they have it." So it's possible. And to some extent, a lot of the Western countries kind of got the best of both worlds during Soviet Union's existence, because we had like both like freedom and like improved amounts of freedoms and like social progress and robust welfare. And then still the benefits of like the capitalist exploitation of third world and just the economic growth. But once Soviet Union fell, there was it was like, well, as you can see, socialism has failed. It never worked anyway. And ever since, the Western countries have been chipping away slowly but surely from the social safety nets and from welfare. And it's now currently, I think, kind of coming to a boiling point. We are seeing just like really massive amounts of radicalization, whether it's people becoming more racist and like more right-wing, or people being like, well, you say socialism doesn't work, but clearly capitalism doesn't either, so we are trying something. Also, like, when you look at like Russia today, for example, you can see like Russia is now a capitalist country, and like they don't have much freedoms today. Like, is the socialism the problem, or is it the authoritarianism that's the issue? Hello, Kepler. Your ex-wife stopped you quit being vegan. Oh no. Okay, smashing plates is not very productive. Also, people should be able to make their own dietary choices. And as someone who loves cooking, and as someone who frequently cooks with meat. Cooking vegan isn't that hard. It isn't that hard. And with lots of meals, you can very easily make a vegan variation, and quite easily just make two versions of the same meal. You're just gonna end up having like one more dirty pan at the end of the cooking session. Hello, Kepler. Say hi. Hello, Kung Fury. You feel like people were always racist. It's just more Cinco's. It flows easier. No, I mean yes and no. I feel like the yes, people were always racist. I agree. No, I think the substantial thing here is like people are not gonna lash out in those racist views if their basic needs are covered. But once people become poor and disenfranchised and they feel like they have no place in society, that's when neo-Nazi organizations start forming. That's when the racism becomes a social problem. Just like you see now in Finland, like as people's like well-being is decreasing, violence against women has skyrocketed. Sexism is skyrocketing. And yeah, it probably was there to begin with, but people don't lash out in those emotions if they feel good. Like if their basic needs are met. Oh no, Artemis. Well, clearly there's a reason she's your ex-wife. That makes sense, Kepler. Just stay for a little bit and then head to bed. I feel like, yeah, I kind of agree with that, Richard. I feel like, the most peaceful transition of power will occur in the US if Donald Trump, goes out because of old age. But I think Donald Trump is not gonna willingly give up his seat, especially not to a Democrat, right? A lot of problems are already present, but a lot of the violence is incited by the current, by the lack of social safety nets. Like, exactly. Like, this is how you see. Like, I feel like in 2010s there were tons of people who were like, who who kind of thought that like racism was over, like it's not a thing anymore, you know. Clearly, sexism also over, like it's not a thing anymore. And I feel like, especially those people who didn't kind of who didn't like observe or like analyze the actual like internalized positions that they have about like women's rights, or their feelings about foreign people or people of different races, or native people, or whatever it is. Like, those who didn't examine their positions are now kind of like vulnerable to being to ending up becoming racist once again. Not that they ever were like not racist, but they didn't act on the racism necessarily, and now they do it again because circumstances. Little Mia Steele, I know. We got all the words today. Which words, Blue Archer? You think the Americans probably need a dictatorship of some sort? Oh no. Shh, Kepler, you can't say that. You'll make the Americans mad. I think from my point of view, like we just Americans don't need dictatorship. I do not wish that on them, to prove a point. I just hope to see changes for better everywhere globally. Hello, Giants fan. Also, we need more nuclear power plants. Why is no one building those? No, Artemus. Japan is like one of the most pedophilic countries. Okay, that's that's not exactly an appropriate way to put it. But no. I believe in global freedom of movement. I don't like the idea of countries just like being like, oh, we need to restrict immigration to protect our culture, because that's generally not how humanity has ever worked. Also, Japan has lots of massive problems. I'm not saying that Japan is any worse than other countries, but like a lot of people here in the West imagine Japan as like this paradise because Japan has been extremely successful in like soft power initiatives. A lot of us just think about anime and like kawaii things and clean streets and beautiful modern architecture. But Japan is still, for example, extremely sexist. Japan currently has like the royal family of Japan doesn't have a male heir, so instead of naming the female heir which they have a female heir, they want to kind of extend onto like family branches that have kind of been removed from the main family and find a male heir from there, which is ridiculous, obviously. Second off, Japan has had a massive problem with harassment in public, harassment of women when it comes to like trying to take pictures up women's skirts and stuff. Like, you're not able, like on Japanese phones, you're not able to turn off the camera sound, because people would use it to take like secretly pictures up people's skirts on like public transport and stuff. Japan has atrocious like work-life balance in a lot of cases. They have massive problems with employee rights. They technically have rights, but those are not often enforced properly, and people are expected to do unpaid overtime and just like be married to their job, which is one of the reasons why Japan has such a low birth rate, because people do not have time and capacity to start a family, because every adult is expected to work, and the work days are like they consume your life. Also, it's their country, it's their business. It's not how it works, Artemus. No, we all live globally on this planet, especially like considering things like climate change. The well-being of everyone on this planet is the business of everyone on this planet. We should be working globally towards a better, fairer, kinder world. Did I even mention the host and hostess clubs in Japan, where often like teenagers are put to pseudo-sex work? What is the age of consent in Japan again? What was it? Have we checked that in a while? I remember it being atrociously low. But they might have changed that at some point. The age of consent in Japan is 16 currently, but it used to be 13 up until 2023 at least. I'm not sure when exactly the law change went through, but there was changes to it in 2023. Before that, now it is 16, or it is at least going to be 16. I'm not sure if the change has gone through yet. I think it is currently 16, but up until just a couple of years ago it was still 13. Oof, amateurs. 5 years is a bit of a stretch as well. I feel like when you're talking of teens, you can give it like like a 2-year margin of what is reasonable, but 5 years, so a 13-year-old and 18-year-old can still legally date. That is atrocious. Did you guys know that child marriage is still legal in many states in US? More fun facts. guess which ones? I think I won't. They are Republican, yes they are. And somehow the lawmakers in those states still find like excuses to be like, no, it's the freedom. Children must be allowed to marry. And for the record again, this is the child marriage is often used to get around age of consent laws. And it is generally like girl children who are getting married to older men. IQ is higher in Japan, so is life expectancy. IQ tells nothing. IQ generally, just like IQ changes in between countries, are generally because of inconsistent testing and because things like education level and like how seriously people take school and malnutrition play a massive part in that. Like if you're malnourished as a child, you don't receive proper education, you're gonna have a lower IQ, even though obviously that's not what IQ is supposed to measure, but all of the tests still end up having these results. IQ is not a valid thing to measure. Oh yeah, many. This is the certain Republican representatives in U.S. wanting to get rid of no-fault divorces is terrifying. No-fault divorces are necessary from everyone's perspective. Like, they need to be illegal. Nah, Artemus, that's just racism with extra steps. That's not how it works. Like, yeah, your DNA impacts your like IQ, for example, but your IQ is still more impacted by your level of education and how you grow up. Like, there isn't such thing as like countries that genuinely have like higher IQ people. Yeah, that's literally just eugenics. No, but you're incorrect, Artemus. It is not because of the DNA. Okay, Artemis. This. What impacts your skill at the video game? Depends on the video game. Oftentimes things like reflexes and practice, mainly practice obviously, you need to practice any game, but for example if you're quite young your reflexes are going to be very good. Awkward squirrel. Yeah, literally. Also, Artemis then. What is do you think that IQ really matters, Artemis? I don't really think IQ matters myself. It doesn't really impact people's value, and it's extremely unreliable in telling anything about a person. So kids need more screen time to become pro gamers, yes, just like with any sport. But I don't think you should like torture your child to try to make them perfect at any sport. Like if you try to force your kid into becoming a pro gamer, then you're just doing the same thing as the parents who make their kids just do ridiculous amounts of ice skating to the point that they get like stress fractures on their bones. I think people, when people start talking about IQ, I feel like they often fail to note that some of the most high IQ people are some of the least functional people. Geniuses are fucking messes. Okay, Artemis, you fancy it. You studied at a fancy university. So, are you a member of Mensa, Artemis? Have you ever tried to apply to become a member of Mensa? The Mensa is the association where they accept, I think, top 3% of the people with the highest IQ. After that, more IQ less income. Yeah, I mean, I think having a slightly above average IQ is beneficial in the society that we live in. But whenever you go to the actual genius territory, you're just fucked. Yeah, exactly, Kepler. So Artemus, no, Artemus, you're avoiding my question. Have you done a Mensa test? You are, Kepler. But you're a fucking lunatic. We could already tell that you're a Mensa member. Mensa is like 130 plus IQ. Yeah, pretty much. So Artemus, have you done a test that gets evaluated by someone else? Also, Artemus, here you see Kepler, who's a communist lunatic who's a member of Mensa, and also like 16 years old. And I mean communist lunatic in like the most loving way possible, Kepler. Yeah, I know. They made you in school. Okay, but you're not actually a member of a society of highly intelligent people. You've done some tests. So how high was your IQ, Artemus? Which is just the matrix region portion. You gave you 115. I think the online test can show, it can like overestimate a little, but generally not by much. It's fairly okay. At least that was the result for my brother, who actually went to a Mensa test. Going to a fancy university says nothing about your actual IQ, Artemus. Do you remember how you disagreed with my parents? Parents, how you think my parents... Do you remember how you called my parents the R-word, Artemus? Because they have admittedly ridiculous opinions, and I agree with you on that. They have lots of ridiculous political opinions. Now, Artemus, wouldn't you like to know that my ridiculous parents are both members of Mensa and have over 140 IQ? IQ means nothing. IQ doesn't make you smart or empathetic. It just measures your logical reasoning capabilities to some extent. And even when you have high IQ, you can still damage that brain by not actually not actually taking care of your brain, and damage it by things like constant drinking and doing drugs. And whatever I heard from my parents about when they were in Mensa, people in Mensa are extremely normal people. Some of them have done remarkable things in their life. Most of them were gifted as kids, but also most of them just have very regular jobs. Your IQ doesn't actually really mean anything. And IQ never makes you a good person. IQ just means you have a Ferrari for a brain, doesn't do a whole lot if you're a bad driver. Yeah, this is accurate. Traffic man, that's a good description of it. No, that's you is genuinely silly if you think that IQ is anywhere close to like an important qualifier of who we should listen to, or who we should follow, or who does things generally even well. High IQ often makes people be overconfident. They learn things quickly, but they get frustrated because they never actually learn to learn. So they will learn the basics of things, but they never actually put the effort into learning things in depth. I wouldn't be so happy because now you're just overconfident and mean, Artemus, and clearly have no appreciation for humanity in itself. Welcome back, Blue Archer. And people with higher IQs are not more resistant to being indoctrinated. One of the reasons is that especially when people have higher IQs, and if they know they have higher IQs, they will become cocky, and they will become lazy, and they will become sloppy, and that sloppiness applies also in the sloppiness of their thinking. So they will become lazier when it comes to thinking and thinking critically. If you're intelligent, if you're good at something and you know it, whether it's your profession and a handcraft, or whether it's your brain being good at doing logical computations, you need to stay humble to be able to think critically. You worked on third world debt relief. In which side of the equation? The part where you exploit developing countries with extremely exploitative loan contracts, rights and the conditions. I was talking about which part, which aspect of that really is. Because the contractual exploitation of developing countries is just our modern form of colonialism. I wasn't asking the region. I was asking what you were doing, Artemis. So you were actively trying to remove the debts, Artemis. I'm sorry for being skeptical of literally anyone that says anything that they have anything to do with the system that does that to countries. Okay. Then if you know how we still use colonialization to exploit developing countries, Artemis, how do you then think that being super strict with immigration could possibly be a valid thing? And how do you have this view that makes it sound like you have a view that you think that certain countries or certain people, certain communities of people are worse than others because they have a lower IQ than other populations? Dictators, which half of them are put in power by CIA. But yeah, it is obviously unfair on the common people. Okay, so why are you telling the immigrants that they can't enter the country, Artemis? No, we should work on global freedom of movement. That's what we should work on, all nations together. That's epic. Obviously that's the end goal, but generally heavy restrictions on immigration are not helpful to the community. Especially not to a community that's having massive problems with birth rates like Japan is. Yeah, but one's house is their own personal property. A country, land, a nation is not personal property of a person. you're not infringing on someone's personal space when you enter it. Everyone with high IQ should be intellectually humiliated by their classmates. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Danny. I'm doing good, Danny. How are you doing? How is that supercilious, Artemus? Like, it's a matter of science, of lots of studies and lots of math. Like, Japan has an extremely low amount of young people, and it's worsening because of the super low birth rate, and because they are very strict with immigration. And also because even if you successfully immigrate to Japan, it is really difficult to find housing because landlords are extremely xenophobic. There's lots of places that only allow native Japanese people. And they are not they need to fix the issue in some way. And yeah, obviously they could improve the working conditions in Japan and stop employers from requiring their employees to dedicate their life to the job so that people would actually be able to have families and the birth rate would go up. But even then, that would not be enough young people. But they would still need immigration. It's not like I can enforce that on them, but I can still tell them that it's fucking stupid, Artemus. Because we're making the exact same mistakes in Finland. Danny, you just need to accept the rant now. You've tried to correct someone about their special interest. You're gonna get what's coming for you. is the solution to low birth rates, Artemus? What's the solution to society that's becoming older? What's the scientific solution? Because from my understanding, the scientific solution is to improve welfare so that people actually have the ability to start a family, and to allow immigration of young people so that you're just gonna have a higher percentage of young people. Government mandated girlfriends. Oh no. No. Government mandated boyfriends. Hell yeah. Oh no, wait. Oh no. We don't like that either. So we should have more sex. Yeah, it's... I know you're joking, Doug. But, like, literally, some people just think this is the issue. Some people are like, so, the birth rate has gone down. This means we should have more teenage pregnancies. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so improving welfare, improving social safety nets, Artemus. No, I definitely agree as part of the solution. It's gonna improve happiness and well-being of people. Yeah. First off, they are not doing enough of that, are they? It does work, but also it's probably not gonna do enough, especially because there's already been such a long duration of low birth rate. So, regardless of how much you reward people for pumping out children, you will probably need some level of immigration still. Yeah, pretty much, Danny. That's... It's genuinely terrifying. Like, again, we talked about this earlier on the stream already, but like, even many countries, many Western countries specifically, still allow child marriage. Like, there are many states in US that allow child marriage. And there's also like teenage pregnancies and stuff. And this is literally just like, you are literally not letting people drink until they are 21 years old. So like, someone is old enough to choose to get married and have children, but not old enough to drink a beer. When young people can afford to have children, they will be happy to do so. Absolutely. I agree, Scotty. Japan should have no immigrants if that's what they want. Okay, but this again, like, they can stop it. I have no way of enforcing Japan. I have no way to force Japan to take immigrants, right? I personally cannot do anything about that. I'm just saying that in my opinion it is a stupid choice. And second, I think that like global freedom of movement is a value that we should all be fighting for. And like a society that we should all be aiming towards in the long term. Obviously, global freedom of movement isn't something that's gonna happen tomorrow and it's gonna work, and we are not gonna have any social issues caused by it, obviously not. But it should be the end goal of all of us. The end goal should not be closing our wars and having like strict nationalistic societies. I like that you write that kind of message and then you retract it, Artemis. Like, why do you think you can just insult me? Like, I have not insulted you at any point here. I have just been attacking your opinions and your political views. And you calling me earlier already, like, naive and just like opting, like, why do you think that I'm gonna change my mind from that? Look at England, it's a pathetic mess. Not because of immigration, though. It's a pathetic mess because they've been driving down social safety nets and welfare, and people are becoming desperate and racist and like acting out because of that. I have read a lot of serious things. I've taken in opinions from all kinds of sources. I follow the news regularly. It's a pathetic mess because of Thatcher. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, on immigration. Yes, on IQ. I have not read like a lot on population genetics, I guess, Artemis. Yeah, I generally don't read a lot of eugenics. I don't particularly enjoy the field of skull measuring. But I know about populations and genetics, and I know about like all of these things. I feel like, as much as you might think that I haven't read books, to me it sounds like you've only read books from like early 1900s. Yeah, he thinks that I can't criticize Japanese policies because Japanese people have higher IQ and life expectancy. And he is still Zerg, so hello, unskilled. No one should sign the Save the Europe petition. The Save the Europe petition is Nazi propaganda. I'm good and skilled. How are you? And now you're calling my audience ignorant as well. What? No, Artemis, you literally wrote that. That is very sad, Danny. Save the Europe Act is Nazi propaganda. It's a Nazi petition. You should absolutely not sign it. And I'm very sad to hear that you have done that, Danny. That's a really bad thing to do. Why do you think Americans know nothing? I think you meant to write no and not no. Like no with K and no W. Artemis. Also, again, I'm not American, right? So is this an insult towards my audience? My audience is less than 20% American. So again, as much as maybe you think that it's because of my stupid American audience, we do have some American people in the chat, and those American chatters, I think, are actually quite well informed. Like, as much as I don't agree with Blue Archer and everything, for sure, Blue Archer and Traffic Man in the chat, for example, are quite well informed. And they are both American. Also, I'm from, as I said, from Finland, which is one of the countries with one of the best education systems in the world. Finnish education system needs a lot of help, though. It's still not very good. We haven't done any sex ed today, no. Tragically, we've been talking about politics. Yeah, I think we'd actually agree on the practical steps to take towards a better word, Blue Archer. I think I'm just more I'm just more strict about not losing like I'm very strict about having a quite utopian end goal that should be the kind of guiding principle when it comes to the direction that we're taking. I still very much, obviously, the practical steps that are taken towards that need to be like something that's actually doable. I'm old enough to enjoy the good Finnish education system, though. To be fair, I think policy changes in some senses has been that we have now a lot of Finland doesn't have such a strict culture around children needing to be great academically. Like, you are very much kind of socially punished in Finland for being academically successful. Like, at least I was. To be fair, I was also annoying, so I'm still annoying. Can't stop me. I don't know, Danny, cause like in Finland, in Finland, very much like more than 95% of the killing is done by Finnish people, by native Finnish people. So it's, I guess they are also doing it because of their beliefs. Like, we have a record amount of femicides in Finland this year, and out of all the cases, only one was apparently done by a non-native Finnish man. Like, if we really want to solve crime and things like safety of women and minorities, we should really get rid of men, because men commit the vast majority of crimes. I don't advocate for that, but like, if you're going to dehumanize people on the basis that certain group does even slightly more crime or has like cultural issues, the real culture is the culture of violence in men that results in women suffering all around the world and children suffering, and results in most crimes in the world, and like the far majority of crimes. And from my perspective, the solution to solve the male crime issue is better welfare and social safety nets, mental health counseling, and free healthcare, better education, all of these things that are going to cover people's basic needs. Housing first policy, things that are going to cover people's basic needs so they are not constantly in fight or flight mode, constantly stressed, which is like poverty and like mental being mentally unwell are large reasons why people end up committing crimes, and I think neutralizing those reasons is really the way to keep women and children safe. Accent. That is a compliment I haven't received before. That is interesting. What will we do after men disappear? I don't think the roads would disappear if men disappeared. I'm not going to throw men out because I don't think throwing men out is the solution, Danny. That was the whole point. I don't want to throw men out, just like I don't want to throw immigrants out. Everyone is a person and everyone deserves a dignified life, even if they, in some instances, are more likely to commit a crime. Or even if they don't perfectly culturally suit the current cultural environment. People are people. People deserve to live with dignity. And this applies to immigrants, women, all minorities. And this applies even to men, even though men are the most violent demographic. Men are only violent because they don't have Tommy Mommy that will force them to do their chores. I think you speak for yourself, traffic man. No, we're not putting anyone in labor camps, Snapper. No, we don't take away people's human rights. Guys, you're missing the point. The whole point is to not take away people's human rights, but to let everyone live with dignity, because that will reduce the violence and the crimes most effectively. Dignity and well-being is the thing that will stop people from committing crimes, regardless of what demographic they are from. Men try to live in the sea. Well, the oil rigs are certainly in the sea. To prison, Snapper, and in prison they will have the option to work. An option to work in a job where there is no risk of them reoffending. But no one will be forced to work. That is slavery. We don't do that anymore. Supposedly we actually do that in the US currently. There is still for-profit prisons, which is just slavery with extra steps, especially because the goal is not rehabilitation. Hello, Silent, go there. The man will have to pay compensation, Snapper, but we don't do that via forced labor. And yet in some cases we should force the taxpayers pay, because in some cases, again, people still will end up doing things because they are mentally unwell or they are very poor, and the person who's been hurt deserves to get compensation regardless of whether the criminal is able to pay for that compensation or not. So then the state pays for it, and the state can make the person, the criminal, pay for it afterwards, but not via forced labor. Danny, most people who get robbed or sexually assaulted are getting robbed or sexually assaulted by the native people of their country, not by immigrants. Again, if we want to stop people from getting robbed and woman sexually assaulted, then we throw all the men to the sea. All the men, including you, Danny. Because men do most of those crimes. But that is not a solution. So just like we are not throwing all the men into the sea, we do not throw the immigrants to the sea. We take care of all the people, regardless of their demographic. Them being native doesn't matter, Danny. Why does it mean that you have more human rights because you're native? That's not how human rights work. We are all people. Seamen or seamen. We are throwing the men to the sea. We're all modern slaves. Okay, this is a valid point as well. Like, if you can't live without working, and you can't leave your job without the fear of poverty and going bankrupt, then yeah, you're a slave, essentially. Hello, Nova. Slave to capitalism. Yeah, your target, exactly. Okay, Kepler. This is still eugenics. Wanting to do genocide on all men is still genocide. Dark woke. What the fuck? We can't do that, Kepler. Like, one of the okay, Kepler, so one of the core elements of genocide is taking the children of a certain culture and forcing them to assimilate into a new culture. Like forced adoption and fostering of children. This has happened in, like, Russia has done this to Ukrainian children. This is something that has happened a lot, like even very recently in the US, with US native people's children being like taken away from their parents and forced to assimilate to a culture. This act alone, taking the children of a group, of a culture, is genocide, even if there is no killing involved. If you forcefully assimilate the children of a group, you are committing genocide. So yeah, even though genocide against men isn't a real thing, like making it so that new men cannot be born and genetically modifying human race so that only female individuals are born would very much go into the same category of like extremely unethical shit that we shouldn't do. You came up with this in psychosis. Makes sense, Kepler. Snapper. This is silly. Snapper. Child marriage is still legal in many US states. In like Republican states especially. Like many of the extreme right-wing politicians in US, and also I've seen this in Europe, are advocating for removing no-fault divorce. Removal of no-fault divorce means that essentially you can only divorce your husband if you can prove in court that they have cheated or abused you. You can't, like, this is not an exclusively a problem of like West Asian countries, for example. Sexism is a problem everywhere, and we should all be aware of it. Obviously, things that are happening in Afghanistan are atrocious, terrible, horrible, absolutely unacceptable. But thinking that we are not doing some of those exact same things culturally still in our countries is wrong. We still have extremely bad rates of actually convicting men who commit sexual assaults. Like, the first reports of Andrew Tate sexually assaulting women were from, I think, 2011. And the UK has actually only gotten around to arresting him now, 15 years later, after he has assaulted and trafficked who knows how many more women. There's still some states where it's not legally possible to sexually assault your spouse. I actually don't know, but we can try to Google that, surely, like. Will the AI tell us? What the fuck is this, Danny? Is this a Nazi dog whistle? The fact you have exactly one chance to redeem yourself, Danny. What did you mean with that message? Why are you going with a time machine to 1939? Oh no, traffic man. Okay, that makes it sound like it's acceptable to genocide people of other ethnicities, Snapper. You get banned, Danny. Yeah, Blue Archer, absolutely. Nationalism is not a healthy or good, like, viewpoint, Snapper. It is not a good ideology, with or without Hitler. 1% of the viewer number. That's not necessarily true, Joanne. Also, parental consent isn't exactly one of the reasons you want to have. Isn't necessarily illegal if your wife is drunk. Depends how drunk she is. If anyone is like, if someone is seriously drunk and you haven't, for example, like previously specifically consented to like having drunk sex, yeah, then it is. If your wife is like, I want to get railed while I'm drunk, and then gets drunk, then it is not assault. Unless she tells you to stop and you don't stop, then it's obviously assault. But if your partner is extremely drunk, or like is seriously drunk, it doesn't matter if you're their husband. I mean, like, resisting cultural genocide is not necessarily nationalism. And yeah, there's cases of nationalism leading to independence, right? But nationalism, in a sense, whenever it goes to thinking that like you own a specific land or other people wouldn't be welcome in the land or other ethnicities don't belong in the region, it starts being a problem. Hello Ellie, welcome. I don't think that all the ways that like nationalism exists are necessarily bad. I agree, Traffic Man. But whenever you start thinking that your nation or the people of your nation are better than others, or you start believing that other people are not welcome in your nation, you start believing that you're culturally superior, or you start believing that your country can do no wrong, that your country is right always, and it's like, for example, foreign policy or just any policy in general, you become blind to the propaganda of your country, and you're just going to like do I think it's okay for a Western liberal to believe that their culture is superior to Islamic theocracy? And that's a very disingenuous question, Snapper. Is Western liberal a culture? Is you can believe that like theocracy is bad. I agree with that. I don't like institutionalized religion. But whenever it gets to a point where you, for example, start thinking that Christianity is better than Islam, that's when we have a problem. When you start thinking that certain religion is better than other. No country is worth being proud of, Scottian. Silent Cooter redeemed humming and singing a while back. Silent Cooter, would you like an English or Finnish song if you are still there? I feel like we're talking so much today. We could go towards the chatting category for a little bit, even though we definitely still have ASMR here. Right. I think even then it's too generic, Snapper. So the thing is, specifically in the case of like Western countries and women's rights, like women have fought for every single right that, for example, the women in Afghanistan don't have currently, the women in the Western Christian nations would not have either if women hadn't literally fought and campaigned, if women hadn't like exploded post boxes, if women hadn't rioted for those rights. So yeah, like obviously human rights, like having human rights is better than not having human rights. But you need to look at it like it's a very reductionist view and a very kind of a slippery slope to start going from like to start thinking that the Western countries are superior, especially when considering how much, for example, the CIA has messed with the Middle East and the African countries and caused destabilization, which the destabilization is something that results in less progressive policy. I don't think anyone comes solely to commit crimes. Most crimes are committed because of like poverty, desperation, and because someone is mentally unwell, and especially when there is cases which is like, for example, in US this is absolutely not the case. Like in US, undocumented immigrants commit proportionally less crimes than native US citizens. Now, in some European countries that's not necessarily the case. We have some countries where actually there are actual genuine problems with some crime there, but the crime is not solved by kicking these people out of the country. These crimes are solved by improving the mental well-being and the material circumstances of people, because when people are doing well, they are much less likely to commit crimes. And this applies to everyone. As I just said a moment ago, this especially applies to the largest demographic that commits most crimes by a far margin. You guessed it, men. And I do not believe that we should throw the men out of the country, because that's unreasonable. I'm sure most of you agree. Like, for example, saying that, okay, we allow immigration, but we don't allow any men to migrate. We only take women and children. And also, if a man leaves the country, we won't let the man back in the country because they're native. That would be ridiculous. Or just throwing all the men to the sea. That would also be ridiculous. but alas, men commit the most crimes by a large margin, by a massive margin. Well, not always, but like 95% of the time, Ellie. Now the thing is, the solution, again, is social safety nets and things like housing, healthcare, both mental healthcare and physical healthcare, education. Education is extremely important. I live in a European Union country. Tell me that. If someone is mentally unstable and violent, again, they should receive care for that. And if someone is likely to reoffend, to commit more crimes, we have prisons. Like, I'm not prison abolitionist. If someone is so mentally unstable that there's a good chance that they're destroying public housing, then they probably should receive a place in like some sort of institutionalized care that is going to stop them from constantly destroying their surroundings. And again, like, with institutionalized care should be much more humane. It needs large changes so that people can still live humane and dignified lives, even if they need like around-the-clock assistance. Yeah, most education systems need an education. There's just more education needed. Hello JD, what the fuck did you do to your username? No, Math Paris. I think you mean social experiment? Math Paris. Assuming you mean social experiment. As a social experiment, that would be kind of fun. But generally, the solution is not to further disenfranchise the people who are already suffering. I think continued education, Snapper. We should encourage people to continue educating themselves far into adulthood. I think a thing that is required for a functioning democracy is to have a functioning democracy. You need to have good education system. You need to have a highly educated voter base. And I don't mean that by highly educated, I don't mean like everyone has a doctorate, but I mean a voter base that has learned the skills of critical thinking and isn't controllable simply by like news media, and like generally a voter base that is resistant to propaganda. Though no one should ever believe that they are resistant to propaganda, because the more you believe that you can't be propagandized, the easier you are to propagandize. You should always assume that you are being propagandized, because at the end of the day, everything is propaganda. When someone is telling you about things unknowingly or knowingly, unconsciously or consciously, they have an agenda, they have biases, and they will filter the information they give you depending on their biases. none of us can ever be perfect when it comes to critical thinking, but we can be good. What happens when the propaganda is inside of the education system? Okay, so one of the most important things that you learn in the education system is learning the scientific method. So, part of learning critical thinking, an important part of learning critical thinking, is learning how the scientific method works and how one can do science. So when you know how the scientific method works, you are able to also, to some extent, judge the results of science that we see in day-to-day life. Like if you see a study, if you know how the scientific method works, if you know how if you know simple things like what's the word? Correlation doesn't equal causation. I think this is the thing that all of us learn in about the scientific method, is correlation doesn't equal causation. If you learn these kind of things and you keep them in mind, you are going to be able to digest studies and scientific information in much more critical and effective manner. Everything is propaganda. I don't think that's true. I mean, yeah, from a philosophical point of view, you can argue that there's like no objective morality, right? Like the closest to morality somehow that we get is like treat others like you wish to be treated yourself. But there is still very much a lot of moral principles that all of us can agree on. Like most of us can agree on the fact that like being hit is harm done to you. Being emotionally tortured is harm done to you, and science helps us like define these things. We have new ways of measuring and observing things that could potentially be harmful, or how the universe generally works around us, and we can use the information that the science gives us to act according to our moral compass. You have lost faith in humanity. Please don't hurt. Please don't lose faith in humanity. Optimism is very important, and I think most people at the end of the day are somewhat reasonable. And the thing is, we can make the reasonable number of people higher, because many people are not very educated. A lot of people are very indoctrinated. A lot of people are very propagandized. And a lot of people have lived in a society that tells us that being greedy is good, or like he tells things like how you don't owe anyone else anything. And this has resulted in grown-up people who have internalized these kind of ideas. And if we start raising generations that believe in softer values, that believe in things like being like sharing is caring, and when we start raising generations that realize that the strength of humans comes from curiosity, from like kindness, and from our ability to collaborate and cooperate together to build a greater society, we're gonna have a populace that's gonna be much less evil, much less greedy. disagree with this, Snapper, because I believe this is simply not utilitarian. Like, when it comes to running a like, for example, running a state, I have a very utilitarian perspective. Like, our goal is to have the most well-being for the most amount of people. And thus, the result of someone losing an eye, and then another person also needing to lose an eye, is not is not the way that it will give us the most well-being. We have scientific ways. Again, I don't believe in forced labor, Snapper. We have scientific ways to prove what kind of things motivate people. And we should utilize those scientific results of motivation and on how to have a cohesive society. We should use the scientific knowledge to build a better society. Not just throw it down the ditch and be like corporal punishment it is for anything and everything. Like, we already know that scientifically that's not gonna give us the best results. And I have like zero desire for revenge and retribution, so also there's that. You can't really convince me that revenge is necessary. I don't feel the instinct for that. You can't use the same methods to motivating each other. We have lots of data of how to motivate adults as well, Snapper. And no, of course, you can't. These are generalized. A lot of also like. These are generalized things. These are studies done on individuals. This doesn't apply to everyone. But as I said, like, the solution still here isn't that we ditch our view of human rights and we ditch our view of everyone being a human and deserving dignity. The solution is that when we have those outliers who do not behave according to how human motivation generally works, when we have people who are just evil, or when we have people who are like psychopathic, people who are likely to be repeat offenders and hurt other people, then we stop them. We will still have, like, in my ideal world, we will still have a criminal justice system because humans will never be perfect. I don't know who Anders Breivik is, but I literally just said that if there is reason to believe someone is going to be a repeat offender, we don't let them free. Are you listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth, Snapper? I feel like I've said this like 10 times to you already. I believe that there's people who can't be rehabilitated. And I still don't believe those people should be forced to forced labor. I believe that the amount of people who genuinely cannot be rehabilitated is so small that it is genuinely not gonna be the factor that's gonna make the society collapse. just said that if there is a risk of reoffending, we don't let a person free. Of course, there's always gonna be in a prison system that functions on the basis of rehabilitation. There's always gonna be some cases of someone reoffending. But yeah, I do very strongly believe that we don't let serial killers free. When did you ever get the idea that I would think that this would be a valid thing to do? You are not arguing against me, Snapper. You're arguing against a straw man. You're arguing against a ghost that doesn't exist. Daijifuma, thank you so much for the 20 months. Thank you. Thank you. D-A-I-J-U F-U-M-A. Daijifuma, Daijifuma, Daijifuma. Thank you. Okay, Azog, the fuck do you mean, Azog? That you didn't mean to hurt me. You literally yesterday said that I was born from an anal birth. And a bunch of other insults. Azog, you said that my boyfriend is sniffing my mom's vagina. The fuck you mean you didn't mean to offend? Hello, Nappy. Me neither. Snapper, I clearly don't agree with letting people out of the jail if there is a serious chance that they'll reoffend, especially when it comes to violent, serious crimes. I think 150 times might be an exaggeration. I think you might not have time to get convicted that many times in your life for violent, serious crimes. But I get what you mean. I am against letting violent criminals who've done violent, serious crimes just go. Unless you have a very strong reason to believe that they have genuinely improved and you actually have a way to integrate them into the society in a way that won't immediately drop them back into poverty and mental agony. One of the important things is that once a prisoner is rehabilitated and starts returning to the society, you don't just kick them out of the prison. You must arrange them housing, continued mental health support, continued therapy, and you want to make sure that they have a job so that they are not gonna immediately fall back into poverty, because that's the thing that makes people reoffend in a lot of cases. If someone immediately falls back into poverty, homelessness, and doesn't have any emotional support, any mental support, this is when they are going to reoffend. Wait, that sounds hella dystopian, Snapper. Okay, Azog, you tripped and fell, and you said that my boyfriend is sniffing my mom's vagina. I won't instantly ban you, Azog, but like... I think therapy might be a strong suggestion. Just hear me out. You might have some anger control issues. Obviously, so that if you have therapy, you are less likely to get banned in the future and you can keep enjoying the ASMR. Therapy can be expensive, sadly. Oh, this is true. I am very sorry if you don't have access to therapy, Azog. Sometimes human experts fail to identify. Okay, AI does have biases and weaknesses, Snapper. AI absolutely has biases. Second, in many of the cases that I've seen, it's not the human psychology experts who have failed. It has often been the judges who end up actually failing. At least in the cases in Finland, we, for example, had a case, an instance of a murder where the expert psychologist very much said, do not let him free. But the court decided to let him free anyway. But this case was long, a while back though. But it's not that straightforward. What I'd rather say is that it is important there are multiple guardrails. And again, it is important to be very careful with very serious crimes, such as murders and things like if someone has done a very serious like assault or sexual assault, or obviously one of the ones you want to be extremely careful with is like any kind of pedophilia. The most important thing generally is that the system sets in place guardrails that prevent reoffending. And one of my principles here is that you however do not want to remove more human rights from a prisoner than what is required for them to not reoffend. So that's why it is still very important for me that prisoners are treated with dignity and they are not forced to, for example, do forced labor. Kupsian, would you like English or Finnish? Could also have AI injuries. No. This is one important thing to consider. Well, as much as human juries are easily flawed, human juries have at least the possibility to make a distinction between morality and legality, and human jury can decide that something, despite being technically illegal, was a moral action to take, and thus not to convict the person. Okay, Kepler, we wouldn't use a large language model to judge people to work as a jury. There would be a specialized AI model that specifically designed for the task. But still, like, again, you can use AI to supplement some of these things, but the human touch is extremely important in these processes. Thinking that humans should be replaced by AI in instances like prison psychology and juries is quite dystopian. Yeah, Kepler, of course it's a bad idea, but strawmanning the bad idea just doesn't help you with your argument. You know that. Who would regulate what the LLM learns in order to be the jury? Probably the government. Also, it wouldn't be an LLM, it would be a different kind of AI model. But probably the government. And again, the justice system is supposed to be separate and distinct from the government, which it's not. At least not in US. I don't think it is in most countries, but it's technically supposed to be. Medical decisions, especially when it comes to insurance, shouldn't be done by AI either. Snapper. AI can be used as a certain level of AI. Specialized AI is used in many things, many tasks in medicine. AI should not be deciding whether you get insurance coverage or not. Okay, health insurance should not be a thing in the first place, as we should have universal health care. One step at a time. Thank you for the 35 stream streak, Eddie. How are you doing? We're supposed to be singing for Kupsian. What are we gonna do? Let's do a Finnish song, just to help do a little relaxing. Äiti lasta tuntureiden päivä taakse kaikkoa ylhäin tähtivöiden. Vaikka kylmä hallayö, toiveet usein maahan lyö. Kerran lapsen lahjaksat, nää kairain kultamaat. Sulje silmät pienoinen, uinu onnen unta. Suuri on ja ihmeinen on tän valtakunta. Kun sä suureks vartut vain, mailla avain aukeai. Silloin I don't think you can tell someone that they have to forgive you a suck. But I'm not someone to hold a grudge anyway. It's a Finnish lullaby, Asher. I've sung it quite a few times before. I am sweating to death. I turned the AC on. Like, I've had the AC on during the stream, but it's still so warm here. my thoughts on socialism considering it's... I'm a fan of democratic socialism and socialist policy in general. Things like universal healthcare, universal free education, universal basic income, and things like worker-owned businesses. Ronan. Hello, Cosmic Blue Siren. How are you doing? Guys, go check out Cosmic Blue Siren. She's lovely. We have Zoomy Swartundan. Probably one innocent person sentenced, Snapper. But the thing here is, in a justice system that I apply, the prisoners still have dignity and human rights. There is only an amount of human rights restricted, like to an extent that it prevents them from reoffending. So people still have all their regular rights and people are treated with dignity and care. So it is like you can't have a system, for example, where one innocent person gets sentenced and then the sentence is like torture or even worse, a death penalty. Like if you have something like death penalty, torture, forced labor as a part of your prison system, then you can't ever have a single innocent person be convicted. And well, we have never ever seen a justice system that succeeds at not convicting innocent people. They keep doing that all the time. So hello Meronia, we were under ASMR previously, we're just doing ASMR, but we're also doing chatting, so I switched categories a little for a little bit. For now, Ronan, at least I'm not a revolutionary, and I don't believe in like authoritarian forms of leadership. I think we should try our best to have as good and functioning a democracy as possible. One important big part of that is having a well-educated voter base. So one of the things that I'll always be rooting for is improved education system. Human life is priceless. Well, not exactly. But every human life is worth more than what the upkeep expenses are of a prisoner. So for example, I'm absolutely against death penalty in all instances. You get scammed. Oh, I forgot to do zoomies. This is true. You're no longer being scammed. Dun dun. Does this make you happy? I have a pimple on my lip. Oh, not on my lip. And I spent like 10 minutes squeezing it and getting all the pulse off of it earlier today, and it's kinda irritated. do not believe in death penalty, Kepler. It is morally wrong to kill a person, Snapper. And also, because when you do something like kill a person, it is a very permanent solution. Like, it is. If you have death penalty, there cannot be an option where you accidentally convict an innocent person. And we haven't yet created a justice system that would never be at fault, so we should just not do death penalty. National justice system should certainly not have no, we shouldn't be killing people. I believe that a person has a right to defend themselves with a proportionate amount of force. So, if the home invader is not threatening to apply deadly force on you, you can't apply deadly force on them. But if the home invader has a gun or a deadly weapon, then you should still avoid killing them and focus on like immobilizing them. No, because we could just put them in prison, Nevek. We can just make them serve a life sentence. And in a best case, as much as I wouldn't ever let a serial killer free, in a best case the serial killer is going to end up still doing something productive for the society, like working. You're not really listening to what I'm saying, Snapper, and I feel like you're not really coming in good faith to this conversation. I have now repeated multiple things, multiple times, and you keep being surprised that I have the opinion that I have. Even though I've said the same thing 4 or 5 times to you, especially when it comes to the prison system and crimes. This feels really unproductive, Snapper. Kepler, because we can avoid killing them, we can put them in prison and not kill them. We shouldn't kill people just because we have no reason to keep them alive. I just said, Ronan, the life, even if it's a life of like a person who has done heinous crimes and is not rehabilitable, a life is still worth more than the upkeep of that person in prison. Send them to Mars with Elon. Dun dun. Do human rights have no value to you, Snapper? Like human rights existing and being enforced as like a moral concept has much more value than the cost of some people who are serving a life sentence and don't want to work to pay for their upkeep. Taxpayers are not being punished, Snapper. The voters are democratically choosing to put value on human rights. The voters are democratically choosing and designing a justice system. It is not a punishment. It's a payment for upholding values. This is why education is extremely important for healthy democracy. This is why we have a problem with things like Donald Trump and with people who somehow think that their life is being destroyed by immigrants and not by the billionaires who are hoarding all the wealth and destroying the planet. No, Eddie, the point is that in this kind of justice system, the people are choosing to spend the money on taking care of the criminals because it is not that you are putting a price, like you want to spend money on upkeep of the criminals, but you put a price on your moral integrity. And the price of my moral integrity is much more than 150 euros a day for an upkeep of a serial killer or whatever it is. And realistically also in these cases, like most prisoners will want to work in a voluntary system. We're just choosing our moral integrity and our like personal convictions as worth something more than like $5. Nice assessment. It's just like you can't pay me to scream on the stream. You can offer me €1,000 and I will not scream on an ASMR stream. You can offer me €20,000 and I will not scream on an ASMR stream. You can offer me €1,000,000 and I will not scream on an ASMR stream, because I would be hurting people. And I do not want to willingly, knowingly, intentionally hurt people. And there is no amount of money that you can pay to make me do that. Especially not just for personal financial gain. Oh gosh, Ellie. No, that's that's just oligarchy, Snapper. No. We already have a society where people can buy politicians. Okay, yeah, to be fair, at some point there comes a point when you might consider doing something that does some damage, because you know that it's such a massive amount of money to give to charities, for example. If you kill and abuse Martin, I'll never end up in jail. God damn it, Danton. A lot of people get away with murder. No, Kepler. No, this. I'm not gonna do something that's against my moral principles just for money. Not for personal gain. Oh, that's a lot, Eddie Montag. Hello, Rebbe. I don't know if cameras are genuinely the solution. It feels like the cameras are always conveniently broken when they would actually be needed. The fact that police officers can turn off their body cams is also like diabolical. Thank you for the 10 stream stray, good at pay. Well, not when they are off duty, Snapper. Like either. whenever they are on duty, yeah. The fact that police officers are in the first place like able to turn off their body cams is like ridiculous. Like if you hold as much power, as much public power as a police officer does, like you can piss on a microphone, like like you can't have such a weak ego that you that you can't handle people potentially hearing your poop blobs at the toilet. Dark magic for X-Man. Okay, but like you don't need to include that in the court. Also, like, what's with people being so fucking weird about nudity? Like, who cares if we see the police officer schlong? Like, if the police officer is talking about an active investigation while they have their penis out, then like honestly sounds like them problem that can be used as evidence in court then. Like if because police officers should not be allowed to turn their body cams off ever when they are on duty. That's what we're talking about. There should not be an option to turn your body cam off. And the solution to not have your penis used as an evidence, I feel like would be to not have your penis out while you are doing activities that have to do. So even if the body camera records your penis, it doesn't need to be included in evidence if you're not talking about an ongoing investigation while you're on the toilet. You can pee on the shift, but there's never gonna be a case when your penis needs to be a part of the evidence. If you like just go on the toilet and you don't do things that need to be used as an evidence for the investigation. Nice to have a camera on while taking a big dump. Yeah, if you're a police officer, your ego should not be as so fragile that you lose your mind when people hear your poop sounds. If everyone's gonna hear the splash, like, okay, like if you're a police officer and you hold so much power as police officers do, like your ego needs to be able to handle people hearing your poop splashes. Everyone should be sitting down. This is Okay, but officers' diarrhea sounds would be a small price to pay if, like, all instances of, like, police activity could be judged based on what actually happened. Like, imagine the amount of police violence that could be avoided if police just always had to keep the body cam on and all the footage would be required to be submitted. Like watching your cock while you pee. What the fuck, Dad? We're not forcing you to sit down. You can still use a urinal. Bob, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Okay, Daddy. But the fact that police are able to turn off their body cams means that police are able to frequently abuse their power and get away with literal criminal activity. So, what is your solution to stop this? I feel like there's another solution is to just, like, if a police turns off their body cam, you're automatically gonna assume that they are guilty. But I feel like this would still be unfair. It would lead to people like innocent situations where something hasn't actually happened being like innocent police officers being convicted. So the body cam is supposed to be for everyone's protection in police interactions, right? And the fact that the police can turn it off is a liability. Yeah, but the fact is the police can turn it off. That's kind of where we have a problem, right, Daddy? And how are we gonna enforce it? Like, the police are already required to have them on from everything I know. And they keep turning them off. And then police violence and crimes end up not being recorded. And police are allowed to do, like, literal corrupt criminal activity. I feel like that would be a privacy issue. Okay, police should be trained to work on mediation and prevention, regardless. And there should be other things. Other, like, officials also who are working on mediation and prevention. Especially on the prevention side. Again, all of the other things that prevent violence and crime are required. Which we talk about, like healthcare, education, housing, stuff like this, that improves human well-being and thus reduces crime. When it comes to, like, neighborhood and community-oriented stuff, there are sometimes some issues with that. Like, if you guys have seen, there's a quite recent, like, viral case. It had to do with stolen Legos. But the police was doing lots of illegal stuff. And they were losing a lot of... They were retracting a lot of body cam footage and lot of stuff like that. You can like find out about it like on Google or something. Surely you'll just find about it if you Google like no, on like if you search on like YouTube like stolen Lego case or something. It's quite recent. It went very viral, I think. But sometimes it's also like a police a little too community oriented, and the police is protecting the people who are, for example, in the same church as them. What the fuck, Strictly? I've just been ignoring your diaper talk, Strictly. Can someone say how do police have so much power than other people? Because, like, they generally, in many places, carry guns. And they literally have power to arrest you. They have power to put you in jail. They have the power to, like, demand you to stop your vehicle. And, like, in some instances give you their information. They're able to do things like scan license plates. And police frequently use this power. They also just have social power in a form of being a figure of authority. And like for instance these cases where often women, but people of any gender, get raped by the police. Like those cases are even less likely to lead to a conviction than rape cases generally are. Police will also like protect their own. They will commit crimes and the other police will protect them. There is so much information about this, like okay, but it is not that. Can you actually add how many people have you arrested, Rebe? Like if you see someone committing a crime, do you arrest them? Can you find them? Can you stop a car if you think that the driver is drunk or something? Also, like, the fact is, like, police get away with shooting people, with killing people, and there is a much higher standard, of proof when you are trying to, like, hold police accountable for excessive use of force. There has been police violence in Finland too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I heard of that case as well, Eddie. It's atrocious. What the fuck? Someone just came to YouTube chat and started spamming that they love touching tips with James Charles. But like all of the messages obviously got caught in the auto mode because what the fuck. But also like the guy wrote that like 10 times. Oh yeah, and whenever police break the rules that they have, they always just get paid leave. sound good. The police is not as bad everywhere, but generally the point here was that the police does have authority and power that from Czech. Little spoiled brat. No, spoiled brat. It's like sorry, Rebbe. But yeah, obviously, the situation is not as bad in every country, Rebbe. It's kind of disingenuous to be like, but this doesn't apply in my country, when we are really talking like on a more global scale. Like, we also have issues with police in Finland, for example. They are bad, but like they are not as bad as in US. But this is generally a large issue, and this is more like this is also like an issue of principles. Like, police have a lot of power. Depending on a country, sometimes they don't have that much more power than a regular citizen, and they still have much more authority than a regular citizen. Sometimes they have much more power than a regular citizen. Like in US, they have much more real power, and they are not held accountable when they do bad things. Obviously, also depending on the state in US, it's not as bad in every state. But it's like, when someone has power in a job like that, when they have a lot of authority, you need to hold them to a higher standard than you hold civilians. And this is why we're gonna record their poop sounds on the body cams. I hope this makes sense. No, but like, this is why police should not have the ability and right to turn off their body cams. This is not only in the US, this can happen in any country. Like in Finland, like one of our biggest like corruptions scandals was with like one police chief who was just like doing like international drug trade or something. I don't even remember what he was doing, but it was a massive thing. Bro was just doing every kind of corruption that he could. And also, as Eddie stated earlier, I'm not sure if Eddie wrote it in Finnish, but there was quite recently, I think this year, an instance in Finland where police officers picked up a drunk person, and instead of like letting them sober up in the jail or taking them to hospital, they dropped off the drunk person in the middle of nowhere and just like left him lay in the ditch. Arnio, mikä se, onko se joku Jari Arnio tai jotain sellaista? Kisari Arnio, the pirikuningas, what the fuck? Yeah, the biggest like police corruption cases was the case of Jari Arnio in Finland, and yeah, this is definitely a thing in any country. And if you think that the police in your country is infallible or good, oh boy, do I have news for you. Again, police is kind of inherently an institution that uses power and force further violence, often, not nearly always, but usually that is the intention of it. It is still like police. It should be a receiver of criticism and scrutiny to the same extent that states, that countries are receivers of scrutiny and criticism. So there is no such thing as morally good police force. No, I don't think all individuals are. It depends on the culture, but the thing is, unlike specific workplace culture, like you can have a group of police that work together, and they happen to have like a very, very good culture within that group, and then they end up that ends up being the thing. They hold each other accountable. In most cases, that's not necessarily the case, but yeah, there's just like how we can like a lot of things that Finland does, but we still want Finland to be better as a country. Like, I like Finland, right? It's the country that I was born in, and Finland does a lot of things well. We still do a lot of things badly, and I'm always striving towards having a better country and trying to stop the instances of like systematic violence and hurt that the country causes. In the same way, it's kind of the same view that we need to have towards the police force. It is a systematic force. It is a force of the state or of the city. It has a lot of power to inflict violence upon the population, and thus, no matter how good and how much good your police force is doing, you should always stay critical of them and hold them to very high standards. Mä en tiedä tästä keissistä. Joo. No tää on just se tietysti niinku tavallaan kaikissa työyhteisöissä niin on se riski, että se työyhteisö tulee niinku se tulee semmonen hankala ja siellä on kiusaamista. Koska ihan samalla tavalla poliiseja. Ja se myös on usein ongelma poliisien kanssa, koska ne, jos niillä on työyhteisö ja siellä on joku niiden kaveri on poliisi Jarmo. Ja Jarmo Jarmolla on sellainen taipumus, että se kertoo erittäin huonoja vitsejä, jos ne sattuu nappaamaan jonkun kännissä olevan naisen tien sivusta ja viemään sen putkaan, niin Jarmo aina sanoo epämukavia seksuaalisia kommentteja siitä naisesta. Niistä usein tämmöisissä tilanteissa, niin jos joku nainen sitten sanoo, että no, tää poliisi seksuaalisesti häiritsi mua sillä aikaa, kun mä olin putkassa, niin tosi helposti tulee sitä, että koko tää poliisiyhteisö on sitten, että ei kyllä, Jarmo ei kyllä tekisi näin ollenkaan, ei varmasti. Tää nainen oli humalassa, että hän kuuli väärin, hän on harha kuullut asioita. Ja tähän on niinku ihan älyttömän tommosessa työyhteisössä tai missä tahansa yhteisössä ihmiset haluaa suojella niitä oman yhteisön jäseniä. Ja usein tää on ongelma, kun sitten poliisit haluaa suojella toisiansa siinä tapauksessa, kun joku toinen poliisi on tehnyt jotain pahaa. No, I've had fabulous experiences with the Finnish police. I've only had good experiences with the Finnish police so far. police is police are police are an institution that holds a lot of power, and like any crimes or like unconstructive, like socially bad activity within police should be taken extra seriously and should not be enabled on a systematic level, which it is in many countries. For fuck's sake, Dandan. This is very inappropriate, Dandan. No, bad boy. That's a pretty good statistic, Repe. Again, this still doesn't remove my point. We also have extremely little police kills in Finland. We still have had the police officer, a police chief, run like one of the biggest drug trafficking operations in Finland for years before getting caught. And the fact that he wasn't caught earlier was because he had the power and authority and the advantage of being a police himself. He was able to abuse this position. Police for police. I don't actually know if there is the justice system is supposed to do its thing. I don't know if there is a specific organization, specific governmental entity that conducts police investigations. There probably is one, but I don't know what it is. Voi ei, eli meniks vaan niinku puhdistusaineita silmään vai onks käynyt joku klassinen, että sait jonkun maskaran niinkun palasen tungettua luoman alle? Meikin puhdistusaineet meni okei. Huuhtelee vaan vedellä tai jotain, eiköhän se kohta helpota. But guys, have you noticed we're past the 4-hour mark and it's a Friday, so I don't want to stay much extra time. I want to head out and get my weekend rest. I'd like to remind you to go check out my YouTube channel. There's going to be a video tomorrow, even though I won't be streaming tomorrow. Any tips or tricks for falling asleep? I have some kind of like guided sleep things, Kepler. I think those are pretty nice. I recommend trying one. Not even from my channel, you can try from any other ASMR channel. Any kind of like guided meditation for falling asleep or something like that. course study, but having more checks is always gonna be better. Also, there are many instances of just like smaller scale issues. As we said, there are often instances of even people who get, for example, taken to jail for being drunk or something, being harassed, or in worst cases, people being like raped at jail, and this kind of instances should always be like, they should be clear-cut, easy to prosecute, always provable, but they are not for some reason. When these kind of instances happen, the police tend to get away with it. Yeah, that is good, Rabbi. And I think my point here is just that having more of these preventative measures and controls on police is always a good thing. It is just infinitely important that the police is kept in check, considering how much power they have over the citizens and how they are supposed to be the ones to uphold law. I think the dog just sneezed. But yeah, also if you guys want to keep talking with people there, we have a Discord channel. People mostly shitpost there. And because my content is community funded, I'd like to remind you to go check out my Patreon. You can even get custom videos on my Patreon, along with many other perks. The custom videos are quite expensive, obviously, but because they're custom, but you can get them. Yeah, I have done it. I don't have like links ready to go, but yes, I have heard many cases all around the world, but the cases tend to be especially bad in the US. Oh, nice tags. Unfortunately, I'm just going offline. I shall be back again probably on Monday. I think I'm gonna be spending the weekend on working. I might actually spend this on Sunday filming a bunch of videos, because I think I should do that. Nice tags. Good that you enjoyed it. Okay, I'll be back probably on Monday, maybe on Sunday, if I'm really feeling it. Good night, Ellie, Kepler, Seldom, Repe, Dade, Dax, Dandan, Night Frontier, Eddie, and good night, Lopos, Race, Hazmat, and see you probably on Monday, and of course on tomorrow's YouTube video, so go follow my YouTube channel if you haven't yet.